Oh, hi there. It is Saturday morning here in Northern California, 7:51 a.m., and we are 9 minutes away from the start of the first of two games in Group C here in WSL. We have Foradun, channel supporter and friend of the channel and longtime viewer and playing for the USA versus H. Bayer from Colombia, a strong player. And this should be a good one. I'm really looking forward to it. Of course, I'm cheering on Foradun. And then 2 hours from now, we have another friend of the channel, EP Player, who we've seen on stream before, and I didn't check the number. It's fallen off the top of my head. The Shogi in the West podcast interview guest, Edward Panko, who is playing the number one board for Slovakia. He'll be playing Dan1234 from Mexico, another really strong player. And this match, I don't know if I learned this or if it is just something that I heard and forgot somehow, but these two played in the ISF, International Shogi Forum, Group B Final. And in that one, Dan1234 won the game. And so we'll be cheering for EP Player, or I will be cheering for EP Player. Urashino Ryu Player, though he often plays Murata system these days, I believe, and all around good guy. So this is a board. This is an important match. All these matches are important for the various teams out there. Let me just check to see that nothing is going on. H. Bayer is waiting for the game. Getting a little sluggish cursor movement. I don't know what's going on there. Whoa, my CPU is fine, but my cursor is really sluggish. But, hey, Shogi Brazil. Hey, Ghost One. Great to see you both. Early stream. Yeah, we've got two games coming. And so what was I saying? That all these games matter, but that Mexico-Slovakia match, Mexico has actually won this month. But we need the points. Every point matters. And these teams are battling for the top. United States now is winless. Let's take a look there. My cursor is getting really sluggish. Division C here. I'll just switch my scene to the browser, just give a bigger view. But so Colombia is near the top. They're trying to get into that top two for promotion. United States is at the very bottom, looking to get out of the bottom two, which would demote to Division C. So it's a battle. Boy, my mouse cursor is really struggling. And my CPU is fine. It's very strange. Maybe I'm low on battery. I don't know. So anyway, that is happening. And Slovakia is right in the middle. Both of Slovakia and Mexico. So they're all important matches. Long story short, they're all important matches. They're all good dogs. They're all important matches. And, hopefully we see some good shogi. And so the first match is scheduled for 7:55, which is at 8 in the morning, which is in 5 minutes. And the second one is 10 a.m. my time, which is in 2 hours and 5 minutes. So unless the first game goes really long, we'll have a break in the middle. Maybe I'll play some 10-second. I don't know what I'm going to do. Have not thought about that yet. Not thought much about it, I should say. Excited. Definitely excited. I like these WSL games a lot, but I really like the WSL games for the people that I know and that I like. Ghost One saying you need to win your game. Yeah. It's Skykeeper put you on the spot. Skykeeper with that big win over Tulip the other day. Two other friends of the channel. And that's like the United States, Guatemala is fighting to stay out of that basement. The game has started. They're starting early. I wouldn't have minded. On one of the days, I wouldn't have minded a late start. It's starting. All right. So Foradun is Sente, and we are cheering for Foradun. It's a mandate. Though I do like H Buyer this wolf. Hey, Kodaman 33 and company. Greetings, everybody. Hope you're having a good morning up north. Yeah, this rating seems a little low. I swear that this player has been foredone, and I will check this briefly once the opening slows down a bit. I'll check. Blitzing out his moves. He's playing Shogi Wars 3 minutes right now. Trying to throw Foradun off with the fast moves. It doesn't work. You can't do that to the USA. You were in Bogota a couple weeks ago. Unfortunately, you couldn't meet him. That is unfortunate. Is he the Colombia ISF rep? Who was the Colombia ISF rep? So what's Foradun going to be doing here? Is he going to be doing bogeying? Is that sort of a bogeying? Julian. Who is Julian? Is that someone else? I'm not aware of anyone rated on 81 Dojo higher. I'm gonna just check this. His high is 2,000, so he's been foredone. He has been foredone. Gosh, my mouse cursor. Boy, playing might be out of the picture. I've got to figure out what to do with this. So if he has been the ISF rep, today's games out of the 2 games we'll be watching, 3 of the players will have played at ISF if he has. If this is the ISF representative. And doing work in Division C, got to move up. So I wonder what Foradun is thinking about here. This does seem like a standard-ish position where I would sort of expect, like, not blitzable, but very quick-ish moves after validating that you're not falling for a trap, after validating that your move order is correct, that kind of stuff. Or maybe he was getting a coffee. So I never like making this shape with the silver in front of the pawn. Not never, but I usually don't like it because once this pawn comes up, it gets annoying, I guess. And then maybe then I'm always looking for a way to get this silver out of here. The silver in front of that third file pawn. Hey, Mako. Yep, Fordoon is in. Fordoon here. Team USA. WSL. This is what it's all about. A battle of three Dons, but like I said, H. Bayer is, or however that is pronounced, is. I think of it think of him as a four Don. I don't think I've seen him dip down to three Don before, but I could be misremembering. You know, I periodically I'm just always, even if I'm not active on 81 Dojo all that much, I'm always checking out what's going on 81 Dojo. So the people's names and ratings sort of blend in, or they grab together or clump together. How have I been? You haven't been able to join the stream lately. I've been all right. I can't complain. I've taken a dip in sort of my Kyo enjoyment. It's been a busy week for me. This is one of those weeks when I have things to do and appointments. I usually, I don't try, like, I don't go incredibly far out of my way, but I will mostly try, like, if I know I'm going to interrupt the week of streaming with some oddly timed appointments, I will generally try to clump other appointments in so that if we have a weird day of streaming, maybe it'll just turn into a weird week of streaming. So this past week was sort of marked by odd timings, short streams, things like that, just because I set up a bunch of appointments for this week. So the streaming has been okay. The streams have been a little short, but like I was saying, Kyo, I don't want to say I fell off the Kyo wagon, but right now the Kyo wagon is on the road and it's bumping all over, and the suspension is bad, and I'm just like I'm bouncing around on like I don't know, like a hayride. I'm bouncing around and I'm almost falling off the wagon. The past few times I've streamed and or played off stream there have been pretty unsatisfying. I think in large part due to how meaningless the ratings have been. Not meaningless necessarily, but how random they've felt. Where, I get a 6Q who's just like a god of shogi, and then I lose, and then I get a 1Q and it's a good game, and then I lose, and then I get on a streak, and then they start giving me harder players. Then they give me a Shodan, which could be, who knows what that could be, a Shorikai member for all I know. Urashino Sensei this morning played some games. I was watching his stream, and he was 1-3 or 1-2 at some point. The third game, the last game, I think he probably should have lost. But like, he's losing to 1-dans. Keep in mind, he's like a 7-dan Shogi Wars player and a recipient of the Matsuda Award, for Urashino Ryu. So, this is a top level god tier amateur player, and he's losing to 1-dans on Kyo still. He's only 2-dan on Kyo. And that has sort of taken some of the shine off of the, I don't know what the analogy is. I can't think of the saying. Yeah, so you say, have the Kyo ranking stabilized yet? I almost feel like they have stabilized. They've just stabilized at a bad level. But maybe it just needs more time. I don't know. But I am not enjoying that. I'm just definitely not enjoying it. It seems very, very streaky, and maybe that's just because of me, but it doesn't seem to be. Based on what I saw Killer Ducky's stream, and what I see Urashino Sensei's streams, and what I've seen on Japanese Twitter, it seems like the streaks, and maybe it's all anecdotal. Maybe it's just completely all anecdotal, because volatility, the way statistics work, the brain latches onto these patterns, but the streakiness in terms of I win 5 games in a row, now I lose 5 games in a row, like that seems to be a feature, and I don't know what's going on with it. On Kyo, I had a streak earlier on. I had a streak of 9 wins in a row. Then I had a streak of 10 losses in a row. And I mean, I can't even remember the last time I've lost 10 in a row. Like on Shogi Wars, I don't think I ever lost 10 in a row. And I've played some bad Shogi. Because they sort of, you start lowering down. You start lowering and you're getting easier players. Kyo on that 10 loss streak, they just kept giving me, it seemed like they kept giving me harder players. And I don't know, it's been weird. They haven't been, the way some of those games I lost weren't satisfying. Not anything nefarious, just weird. Just weird. Yeah, so this is what I talked about earlier, about pushing this pawn and then having to relocate the silver. I don't like having to make that move. Maybe it's fine, in a 120 move game of shogi. Maybe that's fine, but I don't like having to make that move. I don't like moving my silver backwards, even though so often we've seen, in engine reviews that it's good and fine and the right move and yada da da da. But with bishops exchanged, I don't know. We're in a bit of a holding pattern, I guess. Hey Ayaka, yeah, the WSL games have started early today. It's this is the first of 2 in Group C. This is USA versus Colombia, and then in 2 hours at 10 a.m. our time, it's going to be a big match of Slovakia versus Mexico in a rematch of the 2003, I think it's 2024 ISF Group B Final. ISF is that huge amateur event where players from all around the world qualify from their respective countries and then play shogi against each other. It happens every 3 years. The last one was in 2024, and it was held in Japan. And in the final, one of the American reps, most countries only have 1 slot, but some of the larger shogi companies or countries like United States and Brazil have 2 slots. So the United States had 2 slots, and one of the American players made it to the finals against a Chinese player who was just playing like an engine. They showed they had this. It was commentated by a professional. And then I think someone said that when they plugged his moves in, like every move was the engine suggestion. So he was playing like a god against the American rep, and he won. So it's the same. It's a single knockout. For this big amateur event, it's really unfortunate their format, because it's a big single elimination once you get into the various groups. And the Chinese player, he knocked out both American. He beat both American representatives and Koshiro. So like three of the best player, amateurs in the world outside of Japan, this Chinese player beat. So like the United States champion that year lost early in the round because he had to play China. So he played and lost to the eventual winner. So he didn't get a chance to compete for the top slots. Koshiro then played and eventually got 3rd place, but didn't have a chance to play for the 1 or 2. It's a weird bracket. The things of the brackets. The best player won, which I guess a lot of people would consider is like the main factor in these events. and not to take anything away from the second and third and fourth and all these other players, it sort of shakes up or potentially shakes up the ordering underneath the best player, because it turns into, if the clear best player is just tearing through the bracket, essentially the people who he plays earlier on in the bracket have no chance to compete for you might be the second best player in the tournament by far. Just speaking hypothetically, this isn't the case, but you could be the second best player. But if you play the very best player in like the second round, you're just out of it, and you leave Japan. You leave Japan in 10th place or whatever when you were the second best player. So it's for me it's an unsatisfying tournament format, especially for such a huge event. But anyway, it seemed like a great event. And when I go to ISF, I will enjoy it, even if I lose all my games. Hi, Shogi, good to see you. Yeah, China had 2 players. Yes, China had 2 players. Japan had 2 players as well, but they're not picking their top amateurs. I'm not sure what their qualification process was. So China had 2, United States had 2, Brazil had 2, and I think that's it. Singapore had 1. We can get into international political debates and mention Taiwan, and I'll allow people to make their own jokes. You think they were both influencer or celebrity types for Japan? Interesting. Yeah, in my mind, I read somewhere that one of them was a comedian, but I don't know if that's like actually true. Like, is it a comedian like I'm a comedian because I make bad jokes? Or is it actually a comedian? So what is this is Migi Gyoku, right? Or is this Migi Gyoku? I think it is. Fortune has not yet even gotten his king into the Kanigakoi, the crab castle. I'm starting to think of Migi Gyoku as a South American strategy. Or Latin American strategy. Am I off there? It seems like I am only the people I see making this most common these days seem like, yeah. I can't think of any others outside of Latin America or South America that, in my mind, of the amateur players I know that do this. Is it a trick opening? Is it? Well, yeah. I mean, every shogi strategy is a Japanese strategy. Yeah, yeah. I think you're right, but I don't see many players doing this. Like on the Japanese sites, when I'm playing, I don't see many people doing this. Maybe it's because of the openings I play. I don't know, but is it a gimmick strategy? Is it just a trick gimmick strategy? It's not a trick? It's popular now even in pro games. So what is the plan? what is the idea behind making this? Obviously, I've seen a lot of like the players that I watch. You know, they'll often do this. Gabriel, I think, plays this from Brazil. I think Gost1 plays this, you know, from Guatemala. We're seeing this now from Colombia. I think Tokyo Peach plays this, also from Brazil. Yaki Imo, hello, hello. Great to see you. Good morning. Are you back home? The main idea is to get the king away from where the opponent's rook is attacking. Yeah. You know, and the times that people have done this have certainly made my life a little more difficult. You know, because you just want, even if you promote your rook, you've got to just bang your head through all these silvers and golds and pawns and stuff. Okay. Is it so I'm not sure why you would I am not sure why you would do this when you have this open file. So I'm going to say that that's a misclick because it feels to me like this file is prime to have a rook behind it. So I'm going to say that that's a misclick, but I don't think it is because I have seen other people do exactly this. But in situations, I think when the rook was here, maybe, or you know, when there was already an advanced pawn. Ah, Adun looking strong. Adun is strong. Or Adun. Wait, I don't know the StarCraft reference. So I'm not sure what the quote is. Boy, you know, you said Adun looking strong, and I got this flood of like endorphins coming in, being like, I need to play some StarCraft. I haven't played StarCraft 2 in years. I don't even have a machine that could run StarCraft. You say, honestly, either I'm going to show you, either rook move to 2-1 or 1-1 is not it. Oh, really? Really? Whoa! What happened? Yeah, so the idea there, I think, like, gold can't take because then the pawn drop comes in, gold moves over, and then we promote. What happened? Let's see what Foradun is. Congrats to Foradun. Maybe he just wasn't looking at the board. Maybe he autopiloted a bit. Gold takes pawn drop 6-4 is rough. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. I mean, I could say, you know, USA, USA. It just happened so suddenly. This is more ammunition in my hashtag just resign. You know, I said that I said that as soon as if I ever hit 3 Dan on Shogi Wars or whatever, that that I would immediately hit 5 Dan because players would hashtag just resign against me. This is more ammunition in the box. This is more ammunition. So we're watching this. I'm going to copy. So hold on. I'm going to go back here and I'm going to copy this position into Lee Shogi. Oops. What am I doing? Oh, this is Lee Shogi. It's still a little early for me, and I didn't sleep that great. Got woken up by Atari a bit. Very calm game by Foradun. He was the other player was attacking. We felt like making threats, playing quickly. Foradun just kind of felt like calmly deflected. He played his game, did his thing. I am surprised by this, but oh, this is UFO Geen, right? This is just UFO Geen. Hey, Foradun, congrats! Congrats! Well done. As I was saying, I don't know if you heard it. It felt like he was playing aggressively, and you played your game. This is UFO. Okay. Yeah, I was saying during the game that I don't like this. When I do this, I don't quite like it because this comes out, which means I'm going to have to do this, which means I'm going to have to do that. And even though they're perfectly fine, I don't necessarily like moving my silvers back. But yeah, it's fine. But like, what is the idea behind this? Is it that it forces a decision? It forces either this or, well, it doesn't force this. Eventually it does, but like what is the idea behind making this shape? It's flexible and it forces the knight up. Oh, it forces the knight up. I would have thought more that it forces the pawn up. In my mind, the scars, or air quotes scars, the scars around my games where I play this is that this pawn comes up and it just kind of nullifies my silver. And Geneva, the server side going. So like, yeah, this feels kind of scary-ish to me. Not scary, but like, so just calmly playing moves, calmly doing your stuff. Oh, interesting. Engine doesn't like that. You were fearful of pawn drop on the 6th file. That's why you played the gold. That's why you played the gold. Over. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, so The engine hates this night jump. Why? Why? Okay. Okay. Because it's going to lose this pawn. I see. I see. That's why it wanted. That's why the engine wants the silver up here, because he's going to, maybe because of this. This is coming in. Or this. Or this. Yeah. Huh. The opponent going into Migigyoku when we already have this Vanguard pawn in the 6th file is not a great idea. Yeah, so what are the ideas that would make us go into Migigyoku? Just that it's going to be a slow game, and maybe it's going to be a slow game. We already have some generals in place. Bogin. So Bogin, you want to Migigyoku against Bogin. Interesting. Interesting. I could see that. Yeah. I could see that from my own games. At this point, you were planning to swing to the 4th file. Oh, wow. The 4th file being here. Yeah, I mean, it is the 4th file. It is number 4. Oh. Yeah, so the moves that the engine wanted to refute this knight jump, he just didn't make. And you know, not to paint Migigyoku players again as sort of tricksters, but this does seem to be the thing that I do see with some Migigyoku players, is that they decide, it's almost like they decide from the beginning of the game that they're going to play Migigyoku, and they just do it no matter what. But maybe that's true of most openings, and that because my mind characterized because my mind characterized Migigyoku as a trick opening, maybe I'm looking for statistical ammunition to back my internal argument in my head. Konoman, yeah, I you know, there are certain openings that I think of as sort of just trick openings. And I think Migigyoku has been one of them. But after today's discussion, I think I'm going to change I'm going to change that internal assessment of it. That especially against Bogin, especially now against Bogin, you know, it makes sense. And like I said, I know how hard it is when I break through, or I'm close to breaking through, and the opponent gets the king over to the left and leaves his generals here. It's annoying. It's really annoying. In Bishop Exchange games, you think of right-hand king as defensive, more solid compared to popular balanced options. Interesting. Yeah. I think part of what informed my initial assessment is that Migigyoku always, in the early days of when I first was seeing it being played, is that it always turns into this. You know, it's like this sort of gimmick attack strategy where, oh, you're defending on this side, you know, I'm gonna come over here, and I think those side swap strategies, I think my brain discounts them a little bit. It's almost like these are... I'm like the old British army that is I'm like the old British Army, and these kinds of like gimmick styles are like the American revolutionaries, where they're hiding in the bushes, they're doing stuff like that, and I'm a British soldier, like, come out and line up like a man, and let's just shoot at each other, and the winner is gonna win. Don't you run around. This is, fight honorably. Just aim at each other. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, so it really turned. It really turned. Yeah, this Vanguard pawn is now defended. It's coming, it's double defended, but yeah, and now Fordune's going over to that right side. I had no idea it was this bad already. And I expected this. But yeah, this threat, he must have just not even seen it. Beautiful. 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 Yeah. Boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. That's the dream. So against Miki-Gyoku, let's line up our rook. Let's line up our rook on the king. Line up our rook and our pawn on the king. And then just start firing away. Wow. That's a quick one, too. It's only 8:30. It's only 8:34. The next game isn't scheduled for an hour and a half. I am surprised he resigned. I'm going to say I'm surprised he resigned. Oh, interesting. Taking is the yeah. Okay. So you're down a gold. The Gote would be down a gold. Like, my opponents would not resign here. My opponents would not resign. I'd be forced to win this. But like I said, once you hit that 3 Dan level, if you're good in the opening and middle game, I think you're just going to accelerate. It's my theory, and I'm sticking to it. All right, let me delete this. This is an annoyance of Lee Shogi. I was noticing this over the weekend. When you make moves, so the opponent resigned. So if you see over here, there is no indication that the opponent resigned here, other than the fact that these become italicized. So if the Kifu ends 6-3 pawn, Gote resigns, Sente is victorious. If you make a move it adds to the main variation and puts them in italics. It doesn't say that Gote resigned here. You know, it's very subtle, but it's in italics. It still says at the bottom, Gote resigned. You keep making moves. You know, you can still make variations, etc. However, to be really annoying, you can't delete from here. All of a sudden, that delete from here, like you cannot delete. You can't delete from the main branch, I guess. I'm not sure, but you cannot delete. I don't know if this is intended behavior or if this is just a bug in their editor, but it's very annoying to me because sometimes as the game, like if I've imported a game and I want to play around to finish the mate, essentially, you know, I'll make moves and then I'll see this. I'm like, wait a minute, where was the resign? And then I'm like really close up trying to detect the difference between an italics on some pieces. You know, it's in some move it's very difficult to tell. So you know, I'm trying to see like where did this end, and then I'll be like, okay, well I want to delete this speculative line that it was like dumb, and then it's like, oh, I can't even delete it. So I re-import the game. You know, I'll delete this chapter. I'll re-import the game. And then maybe miss some variations that I had, you know, as someone who's sometimes particular, for lack of a better word. I don't like that. I think, or what I'll do here, I will make a comment. Gote resigned here. Gote resigned here. And so at least in my Kifu, I'll have the note. And it feels very awkward for all the great stuff that Lee Shogi does. I mean, Lee Shogi's amazing. So, you know, no software is going to be perfect. But I think this is one of the areas where it's just the end of game handling is just really rough. Also, there's no way to edit this. I mean, there's no way to edit this because if you import... I think if you import an 81 dojo Kifu for an illegal move or for a timeout, I think there's not a... Lee Shogi doesn't recognize the ending state, so it says the game is still playing. And there's simply no way to edit the Kifu. There's just no way to like go into the source of the Kifu and edit this. So like if I'll notice that, I'll sometimes delete it and then I'll copy out a game end state Kifu marker and throw it in there and then re-import it. But like, yeah, I wish you could just delete moves from the main variation. And I wish you could edit these. I wish you could edit these statements. And I wish you could, what am I trying to say? You could just mark a game. I wish you could resign in this editor. Like if I'm in the board editor, or if I'm in this, like if I'm in an analysis board and I'm just making moves myself, there seems to be no way to resign that I can see. There is no way to add a resignation marker to a game that you are analyzing. So like, for example, if we go into analysis board, you know, we do this, 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 and then Gote resigns. I don't think there's a way to resign. I don't think there is a way to do it. Like if I am inputting, like say I'm watching a live game, I'm transcribing a game. I don't think there's a way to add a resignation on Lee Shogi. So if someone does know a way to do this, please let me know. That does well. I guess we could edit here in this analysis board. We can edit. Like we don't have access to this in the study. You wish you could replay games from Kifu with the real-time speed. They only provide that for games played on the Shogi. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Yeah. There's other that's like I think Lee Shogi has the what would you call it? The first class citizen status on Lee Shogi for games played on Lee Shogi. You can also do learn from your mistakes in a game that you analyze. So like if you go to if I go to my games here and I think I played some games here. So I played this game and its analysis. I could here does it showing up on stream? Yeah. I can learn from my mistakes and go through the mistakes that I made. But on an imported game, you cannot do that. So like if we go to streamed games, this game still has not done the server side. So the server side here, the button doesn't exist. The button doesn't exist. Even though all the data to back that exists, because we have this server side analysis. So yeah, there are a couple of those. Get out of here. All right. So what time? It's 8:42. Boy, Foradun, you should have dragged that out. You should have waited 20 minutes to make that last move. Boy, that's the last time I stream a Foradun game. You gotta pace these. I'm gonna take a quick bio break. And then be right back. So what am I doing? Be right back. I am back with Ito and green tea in my Shogi Dad mug, available at shop.shogidad.com. And let's see, what are we going to do for this? What are we going to do for the next hour? So let's play some games. Trying to minimize things. All right. Well, actually, I Dream of Shogi is playing. Let's watch that. Oh, look at this. Hold on. Hold on. Let me switch this side here so we can see from my Dream of Shogi side. But more importantly, look at this avatar. We have a new contestant in the best 81 Dojo avatar contest. Just look at this beauty of an avatar. What is it? Is it a little plastic? It's a plastic guy that's supposed to be a cardboard box with a silver on it. What is it? Adrenaline Shogi in the Elmo. This is Elmo, right? It's giving Gumby vibes. It is. It's like Gumby vibes, but better because it's not green and because it's Shogi. Rewrath, hello. You say either way, it looks fantastic. It's amazing, and I love the quality of it too. So these are two of the best 81 Dojo avatars. I'll just flip the board again in terms of quality and resolution. Adreno Shogi's is fantastic, and Ginzyu. He likes silvers. I'm guessing he Gins you. He silvers you. So this is a battle on the Shogi board, but more importantly, it's a battle on the Avatar board. I like both avatars. So whoever wins this game, I think, is going to be is going to get the advantage in the voting for the Avatar prize. It's a tiebreak. The Shogi is a tiebreak. Wait, what is that? Every changed when the Fire Nation attacked? Oh, everything changed. Oh, the box, the cardboard box, everything changed when the Fire Nation attacks. I don't know if that's a reference to something, but I like it. But you're going to show you playing quick. I mean, it's a 30-second game, or at least they're into their Byoyomi, so. This is Sanju Byo Shogi. Oh, it's reference from Avatar: The Last Airbender. Speaking of Avatar, new fighting game is out, and it's Avatar. And apparently it's an amazing game mechanically, and the aesthetics depend on your taste. Like, if you have good taste, you think it's aesthetically beautiful. If you have inferior taste, you think it's a mobile game. But it's my understanding is hand drawn, and it's if you like that style, beautiful stuff. But it is not a full price game. But yeah, and I think it's potentially a bit hardcore. But there's a new game. It came out this week, Avatar. They've had betas. I was gonna say, if you like fighting games, check it out. But if you like fighting games, you probably already know about it. So. Adrian Shogi trying to bully his opponent with speed.
10秒 20秒
The instant moves are as if to say, Naruhodo, I see what you're doing. Everything you're doing is too slow.
10秒 20秒
Atari is meowing like crazy in the background. Yeah, she's coming from over there, so she doesn't get picked up. I think this mic doesn't pick up from the front. You know, it's directional or whatever. But, oof, Madon. But, man. All right, Adrian Shogi resigned. So why was the... But, oh, he started another one. So we'll watch one more from Adrian Shogi, and then I'm going to play. So 10:30. Hakune Tugame. Or Hakune Tugame. Hatune 2 game. It's Hatune your game. Or Hakune. Which is making me think of Harambe. Rest in peace. Hey, Blind Parrots, Hakuna Matata. Yeah, it's Hakune. Hakune Tugame. That was singing, in case anyone didn't hear it. That was an attempt at singing. Not a big attempt. Playing quick. These guys are playing fast and furious. Speaking of movie references, I have never seen a Fast and Furious game, a movie. I don't know how many people there are on the planet that can say this, that have the distinction of not having seen a Fast and Furious movie, but I am one of them. Proudly. So desu ne. So you jump the knight and then what? No, you can't. You can't. The rook is watching it. You're in the No Fast and Furious club. Awesome. We've got two. There are two of us. There are dozens of us. We have a Facebook group. Too slow, too mild-mannered. You're excited about the new Spider-Man movie? Really? They're still making those? Huh. Man, these guys play quickly. One with Doctor Strange was awesome. Yeah, I am also just not... Whoa! There's a resign there. I tell you, look at this. Good game to Idruma Shogi. They're blitzing. Neither of them spent even... Both of them spent like a minute and a half here, and we get a resign. And I'm telling you, as soon as you get to as soon as you start playing 4 Don players, 3, 4, 5 Don players, they're just going to resign when you get ahead in the opening or the middle game. So I'm convinced, I am more now than ever, that I will just like on Shogi Wars or whatever. If I get to 3 Don, then it'll just be like, shoot. All right, good game, good game. Let's get in here. Let's play a game ourselves. High leg girl, 24-11, even practice. It's locked. If anyone wants to play in the chat, we can play on Lee Shogi. Or you're starting to think that just study the endgame dogma is actually a trick by the 3 Dons. It's possible. It's definitely possible. So the thing is, you need the end. You need Shogi is a game where you need a strong end game to get to the low Don level. But once you get to the low Don level, you don't need a strong end game because because they will resign early if you just get a winning position in the open or a good position in the opening. The engine thinks that position is minus 33. And he was Gote. So that's a spot where the opponent, he resigned in a slightly advantageous position. Which is the epitome of hashtag just resign. You attack a rook and you either attack a rook and you get the resign, or you get the big advantage and you get the resign. So in both, those are 2 of my best shogi skills, is getting a big advantage in the opening and attacking the rook. I might hit 6 Don. Like, boy, on Kyo, I swear, if the players resigned in dead loss positions on Kyo, no joke, I think I would be Shodan on Kyo. And Shodan is real hard to get in Kyo. They are just, there's something about those Kyo players. I'm getting, if you review you review these games, you throw them in the engine, I am having massive advantages. And I'm just, they strengthen. They harden like Metapod. They're like a Metapod that can attack. They harden, and then they I don't know what Metapod can do. Is there anything that Metapod can do to attack? I don't know. I'm not a Pokemon guy. I remember. So I was going to challenge Yloigh, but I remember Yloigh. Yloigh never responded to my challenges in the past. So let's wait for a game. Let's do a 10-second rated 10-second. What was the response to that move? What was he suggesting? Just pulling the rook back? Pulling the rook back to 3-3. Atari is making so much noise out there. To the side 4-3. Okay. That's interesting. That's very interesting. That's a tough one to see. At least the way I'm visualizing that board right now. Hey, Yloigh! One of the first Pokemon episodes is Ash's Metapod versus Metapod battle. It was just Harden. I didn't know that. I thought Ash only had Pikachu. Like, I also haven't, I have not watched. My kids watched Pokemon cartoons, but I have not. What? Let's accept. Oh, it won't even let me accept. Did I lose my network? Hold on. No, my network is still up. My network is. I was wondering if maybe the network like died as it's pulling information. Look at this. I'm stuck. Oh, the challenge has been canceled. What was that? What was that? I got denial of service, basically. Someone has a way to denial of service me. Because I could not close out that window. Tweak. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. This is a famous Smash Brothers Ultimate player. Bogin-chan desu ne. So desu ne. Gold here. So this will be a good one to review because I think this 123456789101112131415 Drop a bishop back here. Drop the bishop back. I'm debating there and here. So desu ne. So the danger is the drop here. I was thinking of taking this. I don't love this. You know, I can get this gold up here. Knight jumps.
2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、1、1、2、3、4、1、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、1、2、
Silver can come up. Wow.
2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、1、2、1、2、3、1、2、3、
That's bad. It's bad.
3、4、5、6、7、8、9、1、2、3、4、1、2、3、4、1、1、1、2、3、
Now we're cooking. Whoa.
2、3、4、5、6、7、8、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、1、1、2、3、4、5、6、1、1、
Nice.
3、4、5、6、7、8、9、1、2、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、1、2、3、
That's too slow. It's too slow. Whoa.
2、3、4、5、6、7、8、1、2、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、
Sumero.
1、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、1、2、3、4、5、1、2、3、
I'm not seeing.
1、
Ooh, that is very good. That is very good. Hold on.
3、4、5、6、7、8、9、1、2、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、1、
Not great. Not great. Whoa.
2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、
No. Whew, good game. Good game. Boy, that was a fun one. That was a fun one. What was the win, or was there one? So what was the win? What was the win? Taking that pawn, I think was going to be good. Taking that pawn, dropping a lance. Ooh. Boy, that was a good one. Let's copy that into Shogi. It's disgusting to me that I couldn't. I heard the sound and I still thought I had time. I still thought I had time. My hands are shaking. Mom spaghetti. I'm gonna request a computer analysis as I switch my scene. Whew. Yeah, 3-4 pawn. What I tried to do was the best move. Yeah. All right. All right. Yeah. Oh well. Oh well. That's really unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. So, yeah, Yloigh, last weekend was really good. Last weekend I almost had a couple crises. So last weekend, playing very well, playing playing extremely well, and ranked up, and then consolidated it with 2 wins, including one against one of my shogi heroes. So that felt good, even though it was a dead loss game. Even though he had Sume on the board and didn't mate me and allowed me to mate. I felt great. I felt as good about my shogi as I felt when I ranked up to Shogi Wars Showdown. And then the next day, no, 2 days after, I had, I guess, what would it be called? I know the word, it's just not coming out of my mouth. Not emptiness. Shoot, what is the word when you accomplish something, or you do something, you win a championship, and then all of a sudden you have like emptiness? What is that? There's a word for this, and I know it. I was thinking about it. It's not in my mind right now. So here's what I was talking about earlier, just to point this out on Lee Shogi. So there's a timeout loss, and Lee Shogi is showing this as playing right now. And there's no way to edit this. There's no way to edit this position. There's no way to edit this. There's no way to say, no, there's a timeout here. But what is it called? What is that phenomenon called where you win something and then all of a sudden you feel empty? But that happened. That happened to a certain extent. And more importantly, it made me really think about, so there are a couple things about the streaming. So if we want to start talking, let's start talking psychology and streaming and whatnot. So here are the things that were going in my head. So we're going to have a counseling session or a therapy session right now. So on that Saturday, I played. I am not even going to qualify. Usually when I not cathartic. It's not cathartic. It's actually almost the opposite of cathartic. It's where you hit a goal and then you're like you feel emptiness. Like you don't the joy and the exhilaration turns to like emptiness. And there's a word for that, and I can't think of what it is. But so here's the deal. So I'm like usually when I say that I played well, I will say I played well for me. I will usually say that. Like I'll usually say that. I'll usually qualify my statements saying I played well for me. Not saying that I actually played like at a good level. Just saying that for me, it is a good level. I won't even qualify it this time. I'll say that Saturday, I was playing really well. And got the rank up, had some losses. I had some losses, but somehow, just like the unexpected Tudan rank up, this wasn't unexpected because there's a lot to talk about right now. But so I picked and chose my opponents again. I picked and I chose. I picked by rating. So when I had that on stream. On stream, I had that huge win against a 6-dan player. So we all, most of us saw that in that San Francisco Shogi Club that streamed event. I had that huge win against the 6-dan, which gave me a metric boatload of rating points. So that win alone put me 2 wins away from 3-dan. It took me from piddling 2-dan to on the verge of ranking up to 3-dan. So I thought so last Saturday I grabbed a cup of coffee. I went in the morning, when my mind I think is the sharpest. I went to 81 Dojo and I said, enough is enough. I got these points. I'm not going to sit on these points. I'm going to try to see if I can push these points. I'm going to try to see if I can make something out of these points. So, I got my cup of coffee, sat down early, and I don't remember what exactly happened the first game. I definitely picked the style of opponent, and the ratings. I did all my usual filtering, picked someone and played, got the win. And then for the rank up game, I picked, you have to play someone within 200 rating points of you for it to rank up. So I picked a Shodan who was almost exactly 200 points lower than me and played I think a third file rook, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember, but I picked and chose that and won that game. So I rank up. And then thought, okay, well, I'm gonna keep playing, and just played well. Just played well. Yeah, meaninglessness. Yeah, it doesn't sound it. Yeah, there's I think there's a word for it, and I can't quite think of what it is, or maybe it was just a feeling in my brain that I thought had a word attached to it, but it didn't. But so anyway, so I played, and then and that night, so that was Saturday, and then Sunday was the day at the club, the over the board day, and I went and I played well. I didn't win both games. I won one game against the Q level player, and I lost the game against the 81 he's now 81 Dojo 3-dan. I think he's probably legitimately at least 81 Dojo 4-dan. But I lost that game, but I thought I played well. So I just played 2 games, but I played well. And I came home and I was really jazzed up. So I'm thinking I'm playing well. I ranked up yesterday. I'm still excited. Like I'll fast forward. So I'm doing that, and I came home and I wanted to play more shogi because I only played 2 games. I don't remember exactly when I won and when I lost, but Saturday night, I think it was Saturday night before going to bed. I think I had lost some games during the day, but then before going to bed, I'm so jazzed up. And I played another game. I think it was against a 3-dan. Oh, so on Saturday, one of the games I lost was someone was trying to rank up to 3-dan. So I gave someone their rank up. It was a duck player. It was the first time I ever got ducked in a slow game that I can recall. So this was on 81 Dojo. Someone in their rank up game to 3-dan played duck. And I think I had a great position, but they ducked me, and I lost. And like as soon as I got ducked, I collapsed, and he got the rank up. But Saturday night, like I think I didn't want to end on that. I was still thinking I wanted to play. So after my wife had gone upstairs, and I played a game, and it was against a 3-dan, I think, who was on the verge of demotion. And somehow I won that game. I think that was against a static rook player, and I won that game. And so I went to bed Saturday night thinking, I'm playing really well. I can't wait to play over the board tomorrow. And I played well over the board. And then I came home and I was still excited about Shogi. And I saw Takashima-san offering a game, or he was in a game. He was in a game. And I'm like, oh boy, if I'm 3-dan now, I could challenge some of my heroes now. Like without I could legitimately challenge some of these people to game. I could, challenge, not challenge them skill-wise, but offer games to them when they offer a game. And so I waited, I watched his game or something like that. And his game went out for a while, so I left. And then I came back and saw him. He was offering a game, so I took it. And I got a Koshiro trap against him early on. So he's playing Ishida, and I was playing, obviously, my Torizashi type stuff. Well, it's not Torizashi if the bishop is not on 3-3, technically. But I played my Urashino Ryu style attack versus Ishida. And I got the Koshiro trap, and I got the big advantage, and then he slowly ground down my advantage just by constant bleeding of end game, middle game, late end, middle game, end game moves of just me giving up equity. And he got to a point where he had the win. He had mate on the board, and he went for a Hishi. And then I used a night drop kind of mate that Adriano Shogi has been pushing in my head lately a lot. It was very much a mate run style thing where you drop a knight, then you drop a silver, you sack your knight, you sack your silver to hit to get the king over here, and then you get the one gap. My cursor is going really slow, and basically you get a mate. So I got the mate, and that after that game, I think I was saying it yesterday, so I apologize for the people who already heard this. Especially for online games, I rarely get really excited for online games. I was like, my hands were shaking. My stomach was so clenched. It was in pain because once I saw that mate and I was making it, I was leaned in so close, and my stomach must have been so clenched. Because I'm just, I'm scanning the board like, this is mate, this is mate, this is mate. I'm thinking like, this is it. He has nothing to do. And then I went out. My son and wife were in the other room, and I'm as if they care, or as if they know what this is. I said, I just had one of the biggest wins in my life, and my stomach, I'm like buckled over because my stomach was so clenched. Anyway, so that was the peak. That was Sunday. It was Sunday afternoon, late afternoon. That was the peak of my excitement. And late Sunday night and Monday morning, I started thinking like, I started getting that empty feeling. Like that you go from that high to just sort of a very empty feeling. And I started thinking about like, why am I streaming? What if I can play like this? Why am I streaming? When I'm streaming, I know I play like a buffoon. I know I make so many mistakes that I would never make over the board, or at least these are the things I've been telling myself. I tell myself that, I stream at this low level, like at least a level or two below my actual level, like below my actual over the board level. And so I'm thinking like, man, maybe I should just not stream anymore. Maybe I should just play. Like if I want to do well at the US Shogi Championship, I'm thinking maybe I just shouldn't stream. Maybe I should just play these games. Like I'm so much better when I'm not streaming. This last game, I think some of these games, like I've been having some big wins on stream, so I'm not even sure how much I believe that anymore. But I started thinking about that. And then I just happened to see my Twitch numbers lately. And somehow there was a discussion about my YouTube subscribers. And it's like, I'm at like a low point in terms of the number of Twitch subscribers right now. I'm barely making any progress in terms of my YouTube subscribers. Like, what am I even doing? What am I even doing as a streamer? Like, I've failed as a streamer. I really enjoyed these games that I played off stream. What should I be doing? And then this week has been a fun week of streaming, other than Kyo, where playing those Kyo games, it was the same deal, where I got my big advantages and I couldn't convert. And after the stream, I'm just sitting there thinking, like, if I wouldn't have streamed those games, I would have won those games. I'm telling myself, I'm coping. I'm sniffing the copium big time. But actually believing in my own copium of like, yeah, I would have won those games. If I can win against players like this online, the players I played on Saturday and Sunday, and the players, that I can sometimes win against over the board, I'm thinking like, I would win these games. So long story short, there was a lot of ups and downs with that weekend. A lot of ups, but then some downs. And then through this week, the Kyo stuff has contributed a bit to the downs as well. So anyway, long story short, did I have the win? I don't think I had the win the entire time here. I don't think I had the. So where was the better? What is the better? What's the better conversion here? 6-8 gold? What? 6-8 gold. King takes, rook drop, king runs, rook take, and promote. Post-achievement depression, post-goal letdown. Letdown is a good word. Most fields have their own version. Post-Olympic blues, post-marathon blues, post-dissertation slump, post-summit blues and mountaineering from Claude. Yeah, so maybe there wasn't a word in particular that I had in my mind. Maybe there was, maybe there wasn't. But it's absolutely that feeling. That sort of, that... I hesitate to use a word as dramatic as depression, but a major letdown and feeling of emptiness after doing that. It's like this high of winning a game that was so important to me. It's like that M. Bison. For me, it was a Tuesday kind of joke, meme or whatever. Like, for me, that game against Takashima-san was this huge. It was so important to me. To him, it was one of 17 games he played that day, and forgot to make a mate. Missed a mate threat, so he slowly mated my king instead of mating my king directly. So it's like, my mind makes this into something it wasn't. But either way, that is how it felt. So this move, and then we drop the rook, then he comes over, and then we take. Yeah, this does seem better. This does seem much better. Because this is Sumero. Very interesting. Yeah. But anyway, I didn't throw the game. The archive knights are hard. Knights are very difficult. So was I ever in trouble in this game? Wait, what's this? Wait, what? What's I mean, this is a big advantage, but like, Where's the payoff here? Where's the payoff? Where is the payoff here? This gold is defending where I want to drop my rook if I pull the king forward. So what's... Knight 5-5 is really strong. So I remember Shogi and Koshiro are these they see all the knight moves. Maybe that's just a good player thing, but they see all the knight moves way in advance, way in, I saw it here. I saw it once it was available to be played. They saw, I'm going to guess that Adrian Shogi saw it already here. Boy, this still feels... Atari, are you okay? This still feels... Yeah, I was going to say, this still feels strong. Yeah, knight 5 covers each side. Pawn 4-6 is really... Pawn 4-6 for that other... Yeah, for that other move. We activate the silver by making the gold lose its meaning in defense. Wow. Wow. We activate the silver by letting it be taken. Wow. Okay, so you say, but that's a really hard move to find. Okay. Well, I didn't find it in 10-second games. In a 10-second game. But what did I do? Oh, okay. I dropped the knight, which brought it back to even. I didn't like this move at the time. It was a 10-second game. I had to make a move. Yeah, I didn't know what I was going to do here. So this was the thing. I didn't quite know what I was going to do. The idea, I think, was drop the rook, take, no promote, so I could hit these two. That was the best I could come up with. All right, so I played that. I played that correctly. Oh, rook is so much better. Oh, rook is so much better. Oh gosh, this actually surprises me that I didn't see this. So if he does this, yeah, okay. It's still a close game. You would never make that rook drop, Koshiro? All right. 7-8 gold. $7-8 gold. Or 7-7. That's a 7-7. Ah. Wow. Okay. Yeah. I thought I'm going to get the one gap. He's going to be here. It's going to be tough. Oh, so he shouldn't have taken. Wait, so yeah, okay. So my line works if he plays into it. What? Ah. Oh, it's stuck there. Oh, the rook 2-1 move. You wouldn't have played. Yeah. Yeah, the rook A9. Yeah, I'm not seeing that move. Ah, this is tricky now. Yeah, so we get our lance, but we've slowed down. And we can no longer take this knight. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. All right. So it turned out great. It turned out great, and then I tried to make the move. It didn't come out fast enough. Because it didn't come out fast enough because I started it too late. I started it, I think, after the time was expired, and then it definitely came out. I started the move too late, and it came out too late. But like games like this give me so much confidence. Like my shogi confidence right now is at an all-time high. This is a 3. Was it a 3 or 4 Dan player? 3 Dan. A 3 Dan player who, yeah, it's a 10-second game, but essentially I won that game. I'm going to win this game. And I don't even know what I'm saying. I don't even know what I'm saying. It's just, I don't know what to think anymore. Like, I don't even know what to think about my shogi anymore. I don't know what to think about my streaming anymore. I don't know what to think about any of this. Because in my mind, I'm essentially just a bad player. In my mind, in my heart of hearts, in my mind of minds, I think of myself as just this bad player. And the results are starting to make me think maybe that's not so true. But then I go on a 10-loss streak on Kyo, and it's like, no, maybe it is true. Anyway, like I said, this was going to be a therapy session. And I need to take a break. So we have 20 minutes until the next game. So I'm going to take a break here. And then we'll go over the WSL. Oh, by the way, before I do take that break, the discussion here of the green tea, the green tea brands, at our local Japanese market, I bought Ayataka, I bought Ito-En, of course, and I bought this Sayuri, this surf beverage, this surf tea. For 2 liters, Ayataka and Ito-En were both $5.99, which is a lot of money to me for 2 liters. And it was fine. No, they were $4.99. They were $4.99. I think they were $4.99, and the surf was $3.99. So surf was much less expensive. But surf was noticeably less tasty than both of these. Both Ayataka and Ito-En, I would say, were noticeably better than surf. Surf actually had kind of a weird aftertaste at the end. Like you take the drink, it's good. It's like good green tea. It's a bit good, but then like I'm making a hand gesture as if that describes a taste. It had like an underlying weird taste, and I don't know if it's just that bottle or that bottle, I guess, that we got, or what, because I have had this before and I've always liked it. but maybe it's because I was directly comparing it to Ito-En, which I've recently drunk a lot of. That Ito-En just has that sort of clean taste. Ayataka, on the other hand, was good, but it did not have that same sort of clean taste to me that Ito-En had. And it's interesting to see it's a famous for its cloudy appearance and rich teapot brewed taste. It had more of a it did have more of a, to me, murky taste. I don't know how to put it. I liked it, but it did taste a little more earthy, maybe even than Ito-En. I liked them all. But my order still was, in first place, whichever company wants to sponsor this channel. I will say that yours is the best. But without the sponsorship, I'd say that Ito-En, I think I prefer. Ayataka, sort of right underneath, and then Surf a little bit more underneath that. So that was my ranking, which is probably a lot of the Ito-En versus Ayataka, I imagine, is that, to me, bottled green tea should taste like Ito-En, because that's what I started drinking that for the most part. So, like, to me, bottled green tea is Ito-En. So anything that is not Ito-En, it might taste a little worse or different enough not to like it as much. But that was my list. Anyway, so I'm curious if any people like Ayataka more or like Surf more. I mean, on that note, I'm going to get more green tea, more Ito-En, but brewed tea, and then come back for the game. So, boy, my voice is going. Be right back. All right, back. Hey, Harlu, you have some Japanese green Shizuoka cola. What is that? What cola? Like, cola, like sugar drink? Just gonna see if so. No one's waiting yet for the game. So if we go into the WSL standings here. We're in the WSL standings. It's Coke in English. You guess like Coca-Cola. Wait, what? What do you mean it's Coke? Like Sprite? Like a green, like Mountain Dew? Okay, so this month, so right now, United States is in a great position here. A great position to win their first game. So Fordoon with the big win. This is huge. And I think both of these players will show up, which is half the battle, is showing up. So if Time Zombie, I do not think is playing very much these days. I don't think, but I do think that Time Zombie takes WSL very seriously. So if Time Zombie / Panic can summon the energy, I think definitely this is winnable. This one, I don't know. I don't know anything about Atia. Let's take a look at the ratings. This is a 2-dan. So I'm going to say that this is going to be a win for Colombia. This one right here. Synchro does not seem to be playing very well lately. When I look at these games, it doesn't seem to be the same Synchro whose videos I used to watch. I think there were some Shogi Harbor videos that on Nakabisha that featured Synchro as a guest. And as a Nakabisha player myself, I would watch Synchro games and always be impressed. But the last couple, I think, WSL games that we've seen or I've seen that Synchro played, they did not look right. They did not look like someone that was fully focused on the game. So I'm going to say that this is a tough one. So Time Zombie here, Panic, is going to have to pull out all the stops. Boy, that would be exciting. That would be really exciting to get that basement battle, the basement battle going, because United States right now has no wins. Australia has one, Guatemala has one, and these two are playing. The Gost One's match is going to decide who gets the second win. Oh, it's fizzy green tea. If you Google Shizuoka Cola, okay, a lot of sugar. So let me look for Shizuoka Cola. Unique Japanese carbonated soft drink made by Kimura Beverage, using authentic green tea from Shizuoka Prefecture. Costs around $9 per bottle. Or 250 yen locally. Okay. So that's the import cost. So wow. That is a very cool glass bottle. Look at that. Look at all the texture. This reminds me of the 80s. This reminds me of the kind of bottles we would have in the 80s. Here in the United States, the glass bottles. Wow. Look at this. This is like art. This is like art. Just checking to make sure that the game hasn't started. EP Player is online and is offering. Yeah, the label's beautiful. The bottle itself is beautiful. Okay, so this game again, Slovakia 2 versus Mexico. They both have 3 wins. They both have 3 wins. But Mexico has already won this round. Mexico has already won this month. Mexico won board 2 and 3. This is board 1. But so these, obviously these points matter. These points definitely matter. 9 points is better than 8 points in terms of tiebreak. And this is a big clump here. It's a big clump. So Slovakia needs this win. Also, I think EP Player needs the win as revenge for the ISF Group B Final loss. So we've got storylines. We have, most importantly, we have storylines here for today's games. I'm excited. When is that Panic game going to be played? Synchros is on the 26th, which is tomorrow. Oh, tomorrow is also. Oh, wow. Oh, I would love to stream this game. I mean, I'm going to be at the Shogi Club, fortunately and unfortunately. I'm going to be there. This game could be good. We got a lot of WSL tomorrow. A lot of WSL tomorrow. Howard, yeah, I bet that's the case. Yeah, $9 seems absurd. $9 seems like that's the shipping and the shipped to the United States kind of premium cost. The AI must have taken that from like 1 or 2 online stores. I try to stay away from the sugar, so I wouldn't really be a candidate for trying for drinking that. I would take a sip, but I wouldn't drink much of it. Ghost of Past. This username always cracks me up. Six Don. That is no joke. Six Don is no joke. So does this player go to, does anyone know, does this player go to the WOSC or the European Shogi Championship, which is, I think, in 2 weeks now? 2026 European Shogi Championship. Paderborn, Germany, August 6th to August 9th. Very exciting. Very exciting. 2 weeks away. I'm not sure if EP Player is going to be there. I imagine he will be. Koshiro's not going to be there, right? Koshiro was there last year. Paderborn is like 2 hours away. You should go. You should go, Howard. We have a new viewer on this channel, the real Lev Trotsky, who just started playing Go and is going to be attending the tournament. He's doing the best preparation, which is listening to Shogi in the West podcast. That's the best way to improve your Shogi. I think, yeah, the best way to improve your Shogi is to watch, like, and subscribe to the Shogi in the West podcast. Or appear as a guest. I mean, look at this. EP Player here, he's 5 done. He's 5 done. Why? Because he appeared as a guest on the Shogi in the West podcast. El Presidente. Howard, are you playing much shogi these days, or any shogi these days? Mostly Go. All right. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. When is the European Go Congress or the European Go Champ? Is it the Congress? Europe has a Go Congress as well, just like the US. When is the US Shogi Go Congress? July 25th? Oh, it's starting today. Wow. In Boston. Boston. It's in Boston. That is a big event. July 25th to August 1st. It's a week of Go. Thousands of Go players and games and casuals and I think talks and demonstrations and it's the Go Congress feels like something that even chess players might be jealous of. The Go Congress just sounds like something so special. We are at 10 a.m. We are at 10. We are on. We're now not right now. Dan1234 is now on the clock. He's officially on the clock. Oh, in the European Go Congress is going to be in Turkey. Huh. Yeah, Ankara. July 25th. Yeah. It's a 2-week event. So the United States Go Congress is a 1-week event, which is huge. The European Go Congress is a 2-week event. So insert European jokes here. Insert, as an American, insert jokes about Europe here. But wow, how many people? How many people are scheduled? How many people are registered? What am I doing? Gosh. 600. Wow. 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 600 people to play such a boring game. Kappa. They're gonna have just group snoozing sessions where they play moves and then just sleep. Oh man, I can't wait to play that game where I get to count at the end, where I get to pass and my opponent gets to pass, and then we get to count. Oh. Man, I can't wait to outcount my opponent. Whoo! I I joke with love. I joke with love as a former Go player. Uh, I'm gonna force that last pass so hard. Uh, uh, laughing at my own stupid jokes. Come on. Come on, Dan. 1, 2, 3, 4. Your time is up. Your time is up. He's since his team, Dan wanted since I'm gonna create a storyline, a dramatic storyline. Since his team has already won this month, Dan 1, 2, 3, 4 is not gonna put his ISF Group B Finals win on the line, and so he's not even gonna show up. He chooses not to play. I choose not to run. I choose not to play. He's gonna be like Jerry. He's going to leave his last victory forever as the last game. And he's not going to put it back on the line. He's willing to leave it. I've been making more Seinfeld references on stream lately. I don't know if that's a good or bad idea, since I don't know how many people, how many people have even heard of Seinfeld or watched an episode at this point? People that would be watching Twitch. You agree that Shogi or chess maybe is more interesting to watch? You don't think it's more interesting to play as well? I mean, obviously not. You love Go. I think when you're playing a game of Go, it can be interesting, frustrating, but interesting and fun in its own way. But building up motivation to play Go seems a little more difficult, because there is so little excitement. It depends what people consider exciting or engaging. Obviously, it's complete. I think there's some differences between players of the games. Obviously, there's plenty of overlap, but they're very different games and maybe very different personalities that would be attracted to each game. But to be a great Go player, just like to be great at anything, you have to be really passionate about it and really excited, and to push yourself over and over to do the work. And I wonder what is it about? So what is it that those players latch? The people that are addicted to playing Go, what addicts them to it? Like, is there a set of things, is there a set of traits about Go that people really get enthusiastic about? Because I played thousands of games of Go, and I never quite had that real. For me, as I've said in the past, Go was a game that I loved to love. I wanted to love so much. Intellectually, I want to love Go. Just the act of it just never really captured me, and I gave it a lot of time. But like good players, better players, and I hit what 2Q KGS or so, way back when. So, but better players, they must have something that's driving them, like shogi or chess. The excitement, the visceral thrill of a checkmate, the satisfaction of creating a strong defense in the face of overwhelming pressure. Middle game tactics, creating and building and creating tactics. Like, these are all things I think get people like salivating over Go and chess and keep them addicted. What is the addictive factor of Go? I mean, you have tactics, but nothing quite as visceral. where I'm going to capture a piece. You know, because capturing dragons and stuff like that, like that's relatively rare. Relatively rare. Unless you play just a crazy attacking style, which it seems like very few people would. I'm getting concerned that we're not going to see this game. You know, I'm making I have my naughty list. I have my book, you know, the little black book of naughty people. Dan1234 is about to get in that book. We have some WSL players who are already in that book, that mental book of mine of naughty. We're getting danger close to that. And yeah, you know, certainly like we've seen it before, but it definitely impacts my future streaming of certain individuals' games. Like if I see they don't show up for a game, I'll be less likely to stream. The game is starting. I'll be less likely to stream their game, or, you know, to dedicate time to it, because I know I can't count on it. But they have started, and unfortunately, EP player has lost the Furigoma, so he's in a bad state right now. He's Gote. Urshinoryu. He plays. So desu ne. He plays the Urashino Sensei style now, the approach where I push the pawn. I play the gambit style, or, you know, gambit style. That Urshinoryu channel also plays. I actually don't know much at all about Dan1234's style. I assume he's a static work player because you know, he did well in ISF and he did it here, but maybe not. Maybe not. This is we were talking earlier about the sort of the gimmick style, the switcheroo kind of players. I really dislike this. You know, I think the fact that I dislike this as the Urshinoryu side, even though it's fine for us, I dislike it, which means it must be good, because it's getting in my brain. You know, these players that we build our free Bisha or our static rook castle, our castle against Ibisha, and then they switch into Furry Bisha. And so we're slightly out of position. There's plenty of time to make that position. But yeah. I silently judge this side. Maybe it's not so silent if I'm saying it on stream. I need to stop doing that. So, you know, if I'm on the Urshinoryu side and my opponent does what Dan has done, in my mind there's a clear eye roll. I do the total mental eye roll at this switch from static rook to ranging rook this way, and I need to stop doing that. I need to, there's nothing wrong with there's nothing wrong with swinging your rook. But it goes back to that joke about what I was saying earlier about the British Army. You just let's stand and shoot at each other. Let's stand in one place and shoot at each other. That's why it's called Twisted Rook. Exactly. It is twisted. It's twisted and evil. Obi-Wan Kenobi once said that about this style. It's twisted and evil. Twisted minds, exactly. So the thing about this bishop now, the rook is blocking this pawn. So the usual sort of approach that people will want to do against this pawn push is not really in play yet. Oh, in the 90s, people thought it was the strongest opening. Interesting. Is that because it induces the incorrect castle? Because, like, Gote in this position, he has made a Ibisha castle. A castle against Ibisha. It puts me off because it definitely puts me off because I will have committed my gold over here. But I don't. In the end, it doesn't matter that much because my bishop will be exchanged or my bishop will be up here or here. I'll be able to tuck the king in. So at the end of the day, I think it's totally fine. But it does put me off. It puts me off my rhythm, which I think is valuable in a game like Shogi, is for someone to put you off your rhythm, especially in a fast game. This is not a fast game. What is Dan 1234? Pure static rook player. Okay. Look at this, by the way. Yagura enthusiast. I don't think I have ever played Yagura on 81 Dojo. The ideal shape is Ichida style with a pawn in hand that was exchanged at the static rook file. Yeah. When people do the twisted rook against me, it is usually into Ishida. Which I end up playing as a slow game. He does Ishida. I essentially slow it down. I get my gold up, I get my king over, I get my gold over, I've got my silver. My silver won't have come up this way. I wonder how their ISF game went. What openings they played. I wonder if Dan has studied this. Because the fact that he's listed as a pure static rook player makes me think that he might be flying a little bit by the seat of his pants in this one. But then again, I don't really trust the 81 Dojo opening tag, because obviously it calls me a Yagura enthusiast and I have never played Yagura. Yeah, this would count. I'm going to show you. This would count as static rook. Shogi Brazil, you say you feel EP player improved a lot since ISF. I think I think he was already working hard. He's already a very strong chess player in a family of chess players. And I think he was just inspired by the ISF experience. Plus, he's playing the best opening there is. So yeah, I think he has really been living the shogi life, I think. And at this point, ISF is 2.5 years in the past, right? 2.5 years is a long time. The thing with the thing that I'm always a little confused about when my opponents do this, when they do Migigyoku or twisted stuff, and I get this attack, it feels at a certain to a certain extent, it feels like the opportunity to make the edge attack here is a little less. The usual edge attack, redrop the pawn, lance takes, drop the bishop. It feels to me like it often comes with a little less venom, especially if the knight is jumped. So I am usually grasping for plans as the Urashino Ryu player in this side. So I'm not quite sure what to do. I'm looking to promote my rook, basically. I try to promote my rook, try to make use of my bishop. Try to find drops. Like, the pawn drop here, followed by the bishop drop. It's defended by the rook. So, like, do we drop a silver first, then a pawn, then a bishop? That I think is what I would do. I think probably my move order, right? If it was my, if I'm playing Gote and it was my move, I would drop the pawn, I think, first. He takes. We drop the silver. Well, does he come up here? Well, if he comes up, then we take over here. Hey, Oregano Moniwa, nice to see you. Okay, Shogi Brazil, you do think pawn 2-2 hurts? Yeah. Pawn 2-2 over here. Because the idea is we get our gold, and then where's the bishop drop going to hit? Or is he going to drop? No, he won't drop the silver because the king that's defended. So if gold takes, does the bishop drop? It would be threatening Tsumero. So he's got to take. Yeah, this is real tough. Yeah. Yeah. And Adrian Shogi is confirming. Yes. Confirming what I just drew out. Boy, that hit hard quickly. Boy, that hit hard quickly. Can we Tataki? If we Tataki, And then we drop a silver back here. Or a silver back here. Huh. Hmm. Hmm. Boy. I'm not seeing anything better yet than pawn 5-5, rook takes, silver 6-6, 6-4. Howard, I don't think so. Just 5-5. Like I don't think we don't call it Tengen or anything like that. I don't know if we even call, like, I don't think we call these Hoshi points, or Hoshi is star, right? Like the star points. I don't know what these are actually here for on Shogi. Gus one saying it's called 5-5. Yeah. I don't I don't know why Shogi boards have this. It's a hidden Go Easter egg. Yeah, I mean, the Go has the star points, but as I'm saying, I don't know why we have these, and I start thinking about Go. I'm thinking, well, I don't know why Go has these. All right. All right. So he's using my approach, which, God help him. So if he drops the bishop anyway, so if he drops the bishop, what do we do? Do we go 5-5 or 5-4? For some people, these points help to identify the promotion zone. I guess. I guess. I guess. Yeah. I guess. It's an odd way to identify it, but yeah. So so maybe they even have more meaning than in Go board. Like on a Go board, I'm not sure what those star points indicate. Especially since in the old days people didn't play 4-4, right? Or whatever you would call that. They didn't play on the star points to start. Maybe it's just as a cue that this is a certain location on the board. Yeah, I guess. Like at a glance, it allows us to sort of locate our eyes more easily. Since in Shogi we don't even have checkerboards to orient our thinking. It probably is helpful. I'm curious. I almost want to play a game of Shogi without the points to see, like, do I get confused? Do I get confused just with this massive board? And I think that might be the case even more in Go. Maybe that's what they found, is that in the old days, maybe they only had lines, and then people were just sort of struggling. The sheer number of intersections on the board just overwhelmed visually. Maybe. I'm speculating. Oh, that's true. In Go, it's also used for the handicap stones. That's true. That is true. That is true. Hmm. Wow. If we take the pawn, if if we take the pawn and silver drop hits, we bring the rook to 5-5. I mean the bishop. So if bishop drops 7-5. Depends on the rule set used to play, but usually they go at the points. Oh, is that a response to Shogi? Oh, you were on the impression that you get to place the handicap stones wherever you want. Is that not how it works? Yeah, I think I've heard or seen both ways. It's probably more traditional to play those first 9 stones in the usual spots, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I've only played with them placed on the points, on the usual points, the star points, the point in between the star points vertically and horizontally, and then tengen, and that's 9, which is a lot of stones. But yeah, like as a handicap, I think it'd probably be better to play the 3-4 to like if you get 2 stones, just enclose a corner. That seems better to me. Like I'd rather do that. If I could pick my handicaps, I'll just enclose a corner. I wonder what the AI would do. I wonder what the AI would select as its if it was given 2 stones or 3 stones. I wonder what the top AI moves are these days. Would it take a corner? Would it play them at 3-3? Would it do something crazy? I'm sure someone has done these tests. This is a fragile game. This is, I mean, like a lot of Urshian review games. Like this is it's brittle or it's precarious. I'm going to be right back. I need some more liquid. I don't want to get too dry. This could go for a long time. It could be short or it could go long. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. And it looks like he jumped his knight. Wow. A Shinjin Saw played Katago with a 2-stone handicap and won 2 out of 3. Oh, he lost a game. Interesting. How were those stones placed in the traditional spots? Or was he able to place them anywhere he wanted? Two star points. Okay. Wow. I said this last time we talked about this particular topic, but like it's still just amazing to me that Shinjin Saw he wins a game with a handicap against a bot, and I'm thinking, wow, that's incredible to win that. But when I was playing Go, the idea that a bot would even be able to compete with a strong player was ludicrous. Ludicrous. So it's funny how the expectations change. Like I just, like I said, my knee jerk response to him winning that first game was, wow, incredible. But And yeah, the engine even being able to compete with a human would have been, wow, mind-blowing, incredible a few years ago. Not a few years ago, years and years ago. So now, I think Gote is going to have to defend this drop, right? Gote's going to have to do something. If Gote doesn't attack, this pawn drop seems, the 8/8 pawn drop seems good. Not as good as something hitting the knight's head. Maybe that's why he jumped the knight? Or is he going to try to pile up attacks on the 5/5 or 5/3 square? Like, is knight jump 7/7 both potentially offensive and defensive to weaken, to lessen the pawn drop on 8/8? He only has one more pawn. He could spend it to get that gold back there. Urashino Ryu players hate this one trick. I know it's, I've had someone do that sort of thing to me. You're spending two pawns. Pawn, get it over. He does something. I get it over. Pawn, I take it. And now I'm stuck again. It almost feels like, since we're talking about Go, it almost feels like a co-threat where you make this co-threat. You know, are there bigger points on the board thing? Can you Tanuki? So if he does give up a pawn, I guess, is he keeping the pawn to be able to protect against this? Or... swinging that rook over to the second file does seem pretty tasty to me. But then again, I kind of like pawn drop here still too. Although not as much because the king is all the way over here. Even if we get our token, it's very far from the king. Hey, Tulip, great to see you. Watching the second WSL game of the day. Fordoon managed to pull it out versus H. Bayer of Colombia earlier. And now these guys, a rematch of the 2024 ISF Group B Final is underway. The thing I don't like about swinging this rook over is that this bishop drop becomes good, and maybe and yeah, this sort of I don't know if this is helping to defend, obviously, that threat, but it's also not a target. It's also no longer a target for these sorts of forks, or not this way. Well, you know, if the rook moved. So Dan is piling up knights. He's piling up. He's indicating, at least it seems like he's indicating that he really wants to pile up pieces on 5-3. This pawn is already he doesn't have a pawn to drop, but he can get the exchange. He can exchange and get his rook over, although you could do another pawn drop. Ooh. Not sure what I would do here. Pawn 8-8 just feels slow to me. Pawn 8-8 just feels slow to me. Pawn 9-5 feels slow to me. I just don't know if we have to be fast. Like, what are the threats? If he brings up these knights, what are the threats? Can we push this pawn? Would that be a terrible idea? Maybe if we push the pawn, maybe he just drops the silver or the bishop, but the silver. Yeah, I think the silver would be good. So can we threaten a rook? Can we jump our own knight? Jump our own knight? You think with the gold on 5-1, if we jump our knight and he pushes the pawn and we end up taking the rook, the bishop drop again is not a threat. That's often a key point in a lot of my games where my gold is still on 6-1. And when the pawn comes up, we can't really defend as easily with our rook because the bishop drop will fork the rook and the gold. So what can Gote do here? Yeah, all right. Just doesn't feel very threatening, but like I don't see a better move. I don't see a way to improve our position other than maybe getting this knight up, but then the knight does induce these. And this rook is defending the knight's head over here. This is a deep game. It feels to me like both players are seeing the oncoming threats of their opponents and they're doing a good job of heading them off. Like this knight jump. This knight jump still feels very good to me. The thing is, what is the best case scenario of that pawn on 8-8? Winning the lance? Taking 2 or 3 moves to win the lance? 3 moves. It would be 3 moves to win the lance. The drop, the promote, and then the take. What would we even do with the lance? I mean, I'm sure we could. Yeah, I'm sure there's value. There's value in having it, certainly. But is it 3 moves worth? Or are we already at a position where 3 moves are okay to spend just because it's slower? Dan 1234's castle is okay, but not great. You know, this edge is weakened with the loss of the knight. This edge is weakened. There is no pawn here. He's only got one pawn in hand. Like, obviously, you cannot take this. Cannot take, of course, because the bishop drop. Pawn 5-5 was a great defensive resource against pawn 2-2. Yeah, I'm happy. You know, the thing was, it seems to me like there was almost no other choice. There was the process after a process of elimination. There just was no other move. You say it seems like Edward is taking the pace. That's an interesting insight, because in my mind, I'm not sure who has the lead or the pace. Because I like what Dan is doing. Thinking about getting these guys up. This is a very dangerous point here, I think. You know, the bishop drop is still a threat. But EP has solidified his castle, protected it against some of the annoying bishop drops, and is making a threat. But this feels potentially like such a very slow threat. And I think my question earlier was like, spending 3 moves to get a lance, is that worth it? Like, is the game slow enough right now that is a good plan? Like, we have all sorts of, I don't know what kind of threats we have here of bishop, silver. Like, if he does drop a bishop here, do we bring our rook to 5-4? But then he gets a silver drop here? Or here? You know, in Hikaru no Go, there's this is definitely one of those where the music, in my mind, this position like this is the it's very deep and solemn. You know, when they were blitzing their moves out earlier, it was the he could first bring to 2-4 to make Sente spend a move and a pawn. Oh, bring the rook to 2-4. Yeah. So he'd have to spend that pawn. I think he would have to spend that pawn. And then go back? And then go back? Is that the thing? Oh, is it worth to drop a bishop and a silver to take a lance at 9-1? Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know. I think not. But in these slow games, I sometimes lose sight of what the pace needs to be. So now I think this bishop is a little more of a threat now. Like what would we do if there's a bishop drop, rook over, silver drop, rook back? Is that what we would do? Or would it be bishop drop, rook over, knight jump, silver drop? Silver drop? No. So desu ne. Naruhodo. I like this. I like this move. Whether it's good or not, I like it. For one thing, I didn't consider it, which has me liking it. It's I'm immediately intrigued because I didn't even consider it. Two, it defends the threat. It defends the threat and it attacks the knight. But it gives up in a potential attacker if our rook was over here. I'm looking for ways to make a pawn drop work. I'm just you can't. It'd be a Nifu, but I'm still looking for a way. If this wasn't here, I'm trying to see like I don't know why I'm trying to do this, but I'm trying to see like would we have a knight drop after? Yeah. So if he drops the silver, are we going back? We're going back to the past to play those ancient games that something. I'm thinking the Angry Video Nerd theme song just popped in my head. From 20 years ago, 10, 20 years ago. Didn't think we'd get an Angry Video Game Nerd reference in this game, but here we are. Look at the clock. Wow. Hey, Franz Budikov, welcome. Hope you're having a good weekend. I'm still just eyeing. I don't know if I've mentioned. I've been eyeing this idea of weakening this square for a while. I don't think anything is still there yet, but I'm still keeping my eye on it. I'm still keeping my eye on it. This knight is free, but taking this knight would lose the silver now, It would lose the silver, and it would lose a defender of this square. I mean, Sente would be losing an attacker on this square. We'd be losing a defender on this square. And now that the rook is here, the silver would be dead. So take pawn push. Oh, no, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. Take pawn push. He can go back. Misplaced, but we'd have a knight. Which we could always drop on 6-1 to defend as well. So take the knight, drop the silver, pull back the silver, and then exchange the pawn so we can win the silver. Yeah, silver 7-2 seems a little... We talked about that a little earlier. It seems a little slow. To me, it seems a little slow. But maybe, you know, because you're threatening coming back here. Maybe. You know, the gold could come up to defend, so it's not like I think, you know, the gold wouldn't mind being up here to defend. Wow. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay. So the idea here, take and then drop the silver. Could we make an intermediate move? So if we take and then he drops the silver, can we do this to buy ourselves a move? No, because then if we take this is coming, that's probably fast enough. So do we take with the rook? No, because we take with the rook, bishop takes with the silver, the rook is promoted. Wow, has it collapsed? What's the move here? What's the move? What is the move? That I don't like. That I don't like. I like that least of all. But maybe it had to be done. Yeah, maybe it had to be done. Boy, what am I missing? It feels like it's collapsed. It feels like it's all collapsed. Do we get the gold up? No. that's a free... No, it's not a free rook. It's not a free rook. It's not a free rook. If we take the rook, he takes the silver. I mean, we could drop a pawn. Not really. That wouldn't do anything. Well, I mean, it would do something, but it wouldn't do what I want. Wow. Wow. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I don't know if I'm loving that as much, but it still seems very dangerous. Still seems very good. But is there a move for Gote that can flip this? Like, where's the move? Silver drop, I don't think is it. Rook over doesn't, I don't think it does much. Because the silver is not, there's just no threat. Or bishop, he'd have a bishop. The bishop here, like, do we push this pawn? Push this pawn to set up something like this? Setting up the bishop, come out here. And then knight. Like, how do we do we consolidate? Do we try to strengthen our position, or is there a counterattack? When in doubt, push a pawn. Yeah, and that's what I see the strong players do. When in doubt, push a pawn. And in this case, this does seem pretty strong. Although, you know, the bishop is defending the promotion anyway. Well, it's not. No, it's not, because we have the rook back here. Our rook is backing this. But, like, is this a big threat right now? The silver drop on 6-3 for Sente, is that a big threat? Like, if we push, he drops the silver, then what? Then what? Takes. He's been spending a lot of time on this move. He's got time to think. He's got time to find something. So what enabled this? Was it taking the knight? Was it taking the knight that enabled it? Should he have maybe pushed the pawn first? Should he have brought the gold up? Or is this fine anyway? Because it feels to me like Sente now has the game in hand, like strongly in hand. So I'm not seeing any tactics for Gote here. I'm not seeing a good way to defend the position either. Like, knight jump? Danny Go Baduk Wei Chi, welcome. It's been a while. Knight drop to 6-3 seems good for the defense to put the to push the bishop out. Knight 6-3. I mean, it pushes the bishop back. It does take a square that Sente might, if Gote drops 6-3, it does prevent Sente from dropping a silver on 6-3. I'm still not sure if silver drop 6-3 is all that great. I think it is. But maybe seems a little maybe I don't know. All right. So this is what we were talking about. What he maybe should have done to begin with to get that pawn to be spent. The thing is, there's no huge threat right now.
30秒
Right? There's not as big of a threat as there was.
40秒
Maybe there is. I mean, the bishop drop. I'm getting spammed by
10秒 1 2
SMS spam
5
of people trying to say, we're doing tree cleaning in your area. Could dropping 2 pawns work and then silver 5-3? So dropping a pawn on 2-5? Instead of taking this knight. So like my guess is rook can't leave this file. My guess is the rook cannot leave this rank. Because if the dragon was here, we drop the pawn, and if he takes, then we get the silver drop, which is sort of Sumero-ish. Because if the bishop takes, or if the silver takes, well, if the silver takes, bishop takes, this is going to be a threat. So my guess is we drop the bishop. I was thinking we drop the bishop here and then push the pawn, which defends this lance, defends the lance, but also brings us back to potentially to drop something here.
$30秒 40秒
Do we have a weighted Sumero? Do we have a weighted Sumero? Like, is a bishop drop? Knight drop? I think we definitely don't want this.
これより秒読みに入ります。
Because once he promotes in, the horse is going to be here, hitting both of these guys. Pawn 3-7. Pawn 3-7 was interesting. Well, wait. No. Because it's... Yeah, so you mean pawn 3-7 for them. Or bishop 3-7. Oh.
30秒。
Yeah. Bishop 3-7 is interesting. That is a Sumero. Oh, I actually really... Boy.
40秒。
What would the defense have been? A pawn drop? Pawn drop on 2-8? Or 1-8? Or 2-8? No, because the rook could just take. The pawn drop on...
3、4、
Oh, boy, no.
6、7、8、9。
Boy, that bishop 3-7 is looking really good. Oh, man, I wish he would have played that now. I mean, this wins the silver. I mean, that's good, too. That's good, too. That's good, too. That's a nice tactic. Very nice tactic. Very nice. Very nice. Poppy. I'm doing Poppy. Oh, but that pawn is an adult response. That's an adult response. So, how about take with the bishop? Take with the bishop, takes with the bishop, takes with the silver,
30秒。
takes with the pawn, redrop the bishop. He drops a bishop.
40秒。
Drop a knight. No. All right. Well, they're both in Byoyomi. They're both in Byoyomi, and 60 seconds is not enough.
10秒。1、2、3、4。
That I'm not a fan of. No, I am a fan of it. I am a fan. I am a fan because you can't take this silver. I am a fan. You can't take that silver because of the check. So that is potentially a free piece. Is he going to drop the knight back on 1-8? No, he can't. He can't do that.
30秒。
Ooh, Sumero threat of his own. Ooh, that's nasty. Pull the silver back. Pull the silver back. I don't think so. You pull the silver back, knight takes, silver takes, gold drop 6-1 is kind of brutal.
秒。
But then you could drop another silver. But then you could sack the bishop.
50秒。1、2、3、4、5、
Oh.
6、7、8、9。
Whoa! This is one of those moves that sometimes when I'm reviewing my games is the engine. The engine loves leaving a gold. In my games, the engine loves leaving the gold to be killed so that we can get over here.
40秒
It's certainly like the problem is
1 2
gold, run, take. Wow, that's slow. So he's given him the gift of a move. He's given him the gift of a move. I think Dan has given EP player the gift of one move, wrapped it up in a box and said, "Here's my gift to you." Watch that. Watch the knight take be the move.
30秒
I don't know if this is good. I think it's
40秒
it's going to be hard here. It's going to be really hard to live. But the thing is,
50秒
EP player has a silver and a knight in hand. None of those are going to surround the king. So none of these are going to surround the king. You think you would have taken with the knight. You don't have a fast attack anyway. You need to add a piece to the attack to break through. That makes sense. That does make sense. It does make sense. You know, we're going to have to put a silver or a gold. Be able to yeah.
30秒
I don't think Gote has any move. I don't think he has a way to checkmate.
50秒 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8
Yeah, it feels to me like he can run for days.
$30秒 40秒
What is that? Shadowfang, hello! It's been a while! And joining in with a 1,500 bits message. Hello, thank you. So kind of you. It's been a while since you've been chatting on the stream here. Boy, this Gold Drop 4-2 seemed like the move. Gold Drop 4-2 seemed great. Gold Drop 4-2 seemed much faster. But the thing is, does he even need the speed? I don't think I just don't think Gote can do anything.
30秒
Silver drop 3-1. Yeah. I think silver drop 3-1 is it. That was my knee jerk, but the fact that he did it makes me think I'm right. If gold takes, dragon takes, king takes, and then we just come in and we've got enough pieces. But
This is the thing. Like what now? What now? What now? Oh, I guess we still just gold dragon 3-1. Same deal. No, oh. Wait a minute. Wait, what am I missing? What am I missing? Gold. So king takes, dragon 4-1, king over. Oh, king takes. What am I missing? So my instinct was right. My instinct was right, but I don't see the move. Oh man, the sickest burn. Dan 1-2-3-4. So not only did he play that tricky opening, and he was late to the game, both of which put him on my blacklist. He now just gave a sick burn to EP player. So they said GG. So Dan said GG. EP player said GG. Dan said congrats on 5 Don. The sickest burn. The sickest burn that I've maybe ever seen. And now he just says congrats on 3 Don to me. He's burning me. I'm not even chatting. No, he's burning me. And then EP player said not anymore. Lol. So EP player just demoted to 4 Don. Boy, Dan 1-2-3-4 is spitting fire on the shogi board and in the chat. He's probably the nicest guy in the world. He's not exactly. I am choosing to take these in the most dramatic way possible. So let's see. So takes no, it takes hold on. Okay. There it is. There it is. So my instinct saw all this. My instinct saw all this. my instinct saw it, but my brain didn't. Dragon 8-2 first move also works. Good to see you, Killer Ducky. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Well, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Good game. EP player saying he panicked and Byo-Yo me, and yeah. But that's the thing of a great player. You make people have to find really good moves. Obviously, it's simplifying it quite a bit. I'm going to bring this into Lee Shogi. I am not sure. Was it the taking of the knight? Was it silver takes knight that was the losing or the move that gave up the initiative? And now this square is defended. While the knight is still blocking. Oh no, this is the best move. This is the best. You know, he was not in Yoyomi at this point, so he made the best. He did make the best move. Interesting that the engine still wants this. This is fascinating to me because we talked about him needing to keep that pawn to prevent this. Oh, Killer Ducky's mate works if you while the knight is still blocking. Yeah, that would make sense. So he took, which was good. And this was bad, and the silver takes, and the rook takes. And this is the best move. This is the best move. Beautiful. This is a tiny advantage here for Gote. This is so pushing this pawn, interesting. Is this the point where I said I would push the pawn? Because is this where we talked about pushing the pawn? I think this is where we talked about pushing this pawn. I'm going to say that this is. Because it makes us all look like geniuses. Shadowfang, yes, Dan did win. Dan did win. You were in a game. What happened after pawn dropped 2-2, gold takes 2-2? Pawn takes 2-2, gold takes 2-2. He jumps the knight. It's fine. A lot of moves are fine. Engine likes this gold over as well. Oh, that's it. Yeah, that's so. Why not bishop 7-5? Well, it is good. It's still good. But let's see, what is the refutation? 5-4 rook, as I think we discussed. Engine wants 4-6 rook. So what were you thinking here? Like silver or Edpa, hello. Instead of knight 2-7, bishop 3-7. Oh, but yeah, we will look at that. We will definitely look at bishop 3-7 instead of knight 2-7. Yeah, we will definitely look at that. That's something that I Dream of Shogi saw during the game, and Kroshiro also seemed to think it was interesting, and it blew my mind. So I think that that's going to be a winning move. My Spidey senses were going nuts as I Dream of Shogi said this. So let's jump to that now. And it is the number one move. Only move. It's not winning. It's winning-ish. It's winning-ish. And the pawn drop is what I said, maybe, but then that allows the silver to come in. And this is the only move in defense. This terrible move is the only move. Oh, we take here. Wait. Oh, that's just Sumero. That's Sumero. It's still Sumero. These are all like tough moves. They're all tough moves. Oh, yeah. So the engine's calling this even. This is. I mean, this is, you know, because we can't do this. Yeah, this is going to be scary as heck. Wait, so what was the best move here? Wait, so I'm going to go more slowly through here. That pawn, we takes the bishop, we take. Engine wants to do no promote. So the more the engine thinks about this, the more it just thinks it's equal. Five, two, yeah. Bishop takes. King takes. Bishop takes. King takes. Dragon takes. Wait, what? Knight drop. I'll let the engine think a little bit because this is a very complicated position. Five, two bishop. Okay, so let's, at depth 19, let's take this. Wow. Well, it's Sumero. It is still Sumero, so it's he's got to do something. I mean, this could be a Shogi Wars. No, the more it thinks, the more it likes other stuff. Wait, what? What? Wait, what? Do you think the chance of getting to this position after bishop drop 3-7 is practically zero? I would say so. I think I would agree. I would agree. But what is this move? What is this? Oh, knight drop after. Knight drop. So we give a spot for the knight. Oh, God. So long story short, oh, so this was the losing move. This was, well, not the losing move, but basically seeing 3-7 is genius at all. Kudos to Adriano Shogi, but seeing this in a game would have been nuts. So I'm surprised that it wasn't so my thinking here oh, he doesn't have a gold. He doesn't have a gold. My thinking here was to do this. And that's just bad. Oh, it's mate. It's mate. That's why you can't do that. Okay. I would have seen that one move too slowly. You had to prevent the king from running to 4-8, and this is the only way. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, you say that, but I was asking before you suggested the move, before you suggested where is it? Before you suggested this move, I was asking, is there any way we can Sumero? Is there any way we can Sumero? And I wasn't coming up with it. So I think that for me anyway, that's a harder move to see. One, you're sacking something, but yeah. Hey, Edward, good to see. That hurts. It hurt me too. It hurt me too. It definitely hurt me. It was a beautiful game. The way you maintained that advantage through the all that onslaught of pieces was incredible. But yeah, so like right here, this is just a very tidy advantage here. So dropping the pawn would have been interesting. Pushing the pawn, I think we were talking about in chat. This move, I guess, I don't know. This feels a little tough. Yeah, that. So you saw the bishop drop, but you panicked and played the safe move. That I am going to say, for me, that is one of the most unsatisfying ways to lose. This has happened to me in the past 2 weeks. It's happened to me a few times where I have the advantage. I perceive myself to have the advantage, which later on, the engine confirms. I see the move to make to maintain that advantage, or to increase that advantage. I see the move, but then I think, no, that's murky. I'm going to play a safer move to maintain my edge. I'm going to play a safer move. And that safe move is the one that loses the game. And that has happened to me time and time again. And like I said, I think that is quickly becoming, if not already, the most frustrating way to lose a game, and the most unsatisfying and the most frustrating way to lose. It's when I see the move and I mostly believe in it, but then I try to play right. I try to play safe, and then it turns out it's not the safe move. It's so frustrating. Byoyomi, you say Byoyomi doing wonders. Byoyomi, that was a 60-second game. And I was a spectator. Yet that 60 seconds was coming on fast, every single move. I know Shogi saying, in order to live, you have to be willing to die. There should be a proverb. There should be a Shogi proverb about that. But it's absolutely true. It is absolutely true. It's finding that balance though, because there are times when you do need to slow down one move, or defend one move, or surround one move. But that was not one of them. You went to an OTB tournament, lost 3 games in Byoyomi while you had a big advantage the whole game. You got to work on that. You and me both. Like my Kyo Shogi games, that is my online streamed and off stream Kyo game. Not that I've played probably like 5. I've probably played like 5 games, between 5 and 10 games of Kyo off stream. So it's not like I should even add it to this thing, but like that, getting the big advantage and then hitting Byoyomi and then just collapsing is a feature of my games. And maybe we have something in common here because it's Urashino Ryu. The thing is, we get the big advantage that we are capable of converting. Obviously I'm capable at a lower level than you are, but we get this position. We're capable of converting with enough thought. But without enough thought, our position is dangerous enough that we only need to make 1 or 2 bad moves to lose the game. Whereas, like, if we had a full high Mino, or if we were in Oniguma, we might be able to lose, make 2 or 3 bad moves. That was a quote from a poker old-timer. Oh, Amir Vahidi. That name sounds... Is it Vahidi? Vahidi? That sounds very similar. I mean, it sounds very familiar from, like, back in the 2000s. Yeah, you're glad it wasn't a designing. I mean, all these games matter. Not to try to hurt you, to hurt your feelings. All these points matter because you guys were tied with 8. And so, every point in these tiebreakers matters. But yeah, it was not a deciding game. Okay, so he was on those early WSOP broadcasts. Nice. Those were good times. Yeah, that's a tough win. That's a tough loss. One thing I think should happen in WSL, and there's no way to make this. There's no way to in the current state. But if someone shows up late to a game, they should be gote. If you are more than 1 minute late, or more than let's be flexible. If you're more than 2 minutes late to a WSL game, to a scheduled WSL game, you should have to play gote. That's the new Shogi Dad rule, which should go into World Shogi League in 2027. Oh, it's my pleasure to cover the WSL games. It's not that I stopped doing them. It's just that nobody has been playing during my times. I've been missing it. Not many people have been playing around these times. So, like, yesterday and today, I started streaming earlier than I normally would because the game was at least potentially streamable. Like, I definitely wanted to see Foradun's game and Benjamin Schuett's yesterday. I think it was yesterday. Benjamin won, right? Yeah. Wait, no. Wait, where is that? Yes. Yeah, he did. Okay, now I'm remembering. Darumagama. Yeah. Oh, so what I had this up, but I didn't have the layout. Yeah. So pawn takes, or pawn push. So my question here, at the time, I was thinking maybe Sente doesn't have to take. I was curious about this move, which is not in the top 5 moves here. And then does he drop another? And he redrops. So it's essentially a loss of tempo. So and you can't take here. Two 7 knights. Wait, what? I'm just following this through because I'm not seeing. Oh, and now you get a bishop? Yeah, or a bishop here. Huh. Oh, you were just happy seeing a WSL stream. Yeah. Well, I'm happy to see the WSL games coming. Tomorrow morning I play at the Shogi Club, the over the board Shogi Club. But like I would love to stream. It's the server side is still right. Server side has not been so great lately. But I would love to stream tomorrow's games. This is a deciding game for Columbia USA. USA is looking for their first Division C win. And yeah, I'd love to stream Nicholas's game. Nicholas is a strong player from Los Angeles. And then, but I'd be doing this game primarily. And then the Synchro game also is potentially a decider. Like if Time Zombie doesn't win this game will be the deciding match. So there, and then there's another one coming up. Komodo, Larry Kaufman, one of my heroes is going to be playing. So tomorrow is a huge day. All right, great game, Edward. Thank you for stopping by. Good luck to you in the future months. Great game. You're an inspiration. Your Urshino Ryu is an inspiration, and good luck in the future months. There's still so much time. There's still so much time to win this division or come into the top 2 at least. So that's it. All right, it's almost noon here. Been streaming for 4 hours. I'm gonna get my day started. I'm gonna go for a walk and take care of some things. But I appreciate everyone joining in. This was a really fun one. 2 great games. Congrats to everyone. All 4 players were awesome as far as I'm concerned today. And I'll just say see you later. I've got to shave. I'm like I didn't shave this morning because it's early out here. So I got to shave, and I'll see you all later. Take care. Thanks again so much, and thank you to Shadowfang again for those bits. Really, really, really appreciate your continued support, and take care, everyone. Bye.